Pete Wildebohr,
Present.
Pat Bradford,
I am here.
Josie Barnhart,
Here.
Stephanie Craybill,
Here.
Melissa Mason,
Here.
Hugh McManus,
Here.
and Stephanie Walker.
Here.
And before we begin, I'd like to take just a moment to thank everyone who reached out to me, praying and positive thoughts for my daughter and granddaughter during a challenging time. But I'm very pleased to let everyone know that both are doing extremely well.
Ooh, hey.
Very well. Thank the Lord. So thank you for that. At this point, we are going to have our invocation, and that will be provided by Christian Rutherford, youth pastor at the Harbor United Methodist Church and co-pastor of Surf Church, and he will be doing that remotely.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this point, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
First and a second. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Craybill.
Yes, I am, just need some clarification that this meeting today is for the approval of the agenda, which we will discuss in September, right?
Right, for next week.
Okay, so I'm just wondering why we have two items on here that aren't even on the agenda. Item number 4, call to the audience, and item number 5, committee information. And then also wondering why we were talking about the agenda committee report as a separate item when we could easily talk about it as part of the agenda review, because it is on the agenda. So that was my only thoughts, is I think we should remove call to the audience and the committee information and move the agenda review ad hoc to its appropriate place.
Again, it's whatever the board decides, but we did originally, the call to audience was supposed to be 3 months, and then we were going to make a decision. If we wait until next week to make the decision, then obviously it will not be in effect for this month. So that's why we want to figure out what we want to do as a board. Do we want to keep it as it is? Do we want to go back to what we were doing before? What do we want to do with the call audience? I mean, is it working great now? Do we want to leave it alone? Fine. If it's not working great, we want to change it. But if we wait until next week to discuss it, then it becomes another month. And we had originally said we would look at it after 3 months. So that's why it's on this agenda review. The committee information, I don't remember why. Ms. Barnhart, would you help me on that, please?
It was brought to our attention a few months ago that we had some inaccurate information on our website, and so with the implementation of the universal application policy, I wanted all eyes, board eyes, to look over that and give feedback to our staff so that we are actually appropriately advertising correct information. So whether that's, we need to add the date and times, because the committee application, that was one of the things to add to. And so just to look it over as a board, I thought would be a good idea. So when we have people applying for committees, we make sure that we have the most accurate information.
And that's that one. And the third question you had was about the agenda review meeting ad hoc committee report. And would you like to speak to why we're going to do that today versus next week?
Because it's on the agenda for next week, and we're trying really hard to talk about things here so that we don't tie up a half an hour on the board meeting on the 5th. You've got the report. I'm assuming that's what's behind that little, it's there, and it will help us as we go forward at the pleasure of the board to adopt some of those things or not. So if it's, my understanding was if it was on the agenda, we wouldn't want to talk about it at the review. That's just kind of how it works. So,
I am not opposed to talking, oh, go ahead, Ms. Walker.
Ms. Walker?
Well, I just want clarification, because I know these typically, we haven't changed anything yet, and we typically just go over next week's agenda. So no formats have changed this time.
Right.
So
Well-
that, I guess that's my question, if we're adding things now.
I would like to speak, because like I say, I think at least the full audience piece, if we don't discuss it this week,
Yeah.
it can't be changed for next, it can't, or what, I don't mean change, or whatever the board wants to do. Whether we want to keep it the same or we don't, but we had originally said we were going to do it for 3 months, and 3 months is up.
So I don't disagree about that point, but I mean, we've added so many other things. I feel like the committee stuff is naturally should fit in with our board meeting next week, but,
Is there a,
because I don't know what we're supposed to potentially vote on or talk about or anything. That's,
okay,
wasn't in the description.
okay.
Well, in the description, it says possible vote.
Oh, okay.
And we don't have anything to read, to decide. I mean, there's been no even suggestions on what we do. And I'm not opposed to talking about the agenda review. I'm just, the ad hoc committee. I'm just asking why it gets its own special one, and why don't we just talk about it like we always do? Because you had told me we weren't going to be changing any formats today. And so that's my only point, was take off number 3 and include it in item letter 6, review of the proposed agenda items. And then, I guess we do have to, and I'm not opposed to talking about call of the audience. I am just really opposed to us adding things on the agenda review that are not going to be on the agenda without any attachments and any prior stuff.
Mark?
And I think it's the will of the board, Mr. Chairman, but if it's an opportunity for us to shorten our meeting and we're able to take care of business now, I don't see what the big issue would be to do that.
Okay, so why don't we take a vote? If everybody's, so basically, why don't you go ahead and make your motion? And
My motion is to move item 3, absorb it into item 6. I'll just go ahead and do those. Just do that.
Okay, 3 for 6. Is there a second?
Can I just have clarification?
Ms. Walker? go ahead.
Agenda review meeting ad hoc committee report, review of proposed agenda.
So basically putting that on next week's, putting it back
You're
as,
combining them, right?
I don't mind talking about it. I just don't think it needs its own special item, because why do we do that? We're supposed to only be talking about what's on the agenda review. And Mr. Wildebohr had told me when I asked him, are we using the same format for agenda review now as we always have until we get it approved? So adding things like call to the audience and committee information, item 4 and 5, is not following what we normally do by adding other items onto our agenda review. That's what my point was.
so we have first to move item 3 to the regular agenda. Is there a second?
Wait a minute, is it to move it to the regular agenda or
Or
just move it down
combine
here?
To move it into item 6, review of the proposed agenda items.
So you're just taking something and you're moving it down 2 slots?
So that
and
we
we're
can
still
at
doing it
least-
today?
We're still talking about it, right?
We're still talking, I'm not opposed to not talking about it. I just don't think we should jump ahead on doing things differently until we've all had a chance to read about it.
Okay. Yes, ma'am?
What are you going to do with 4? Is that going down too? Is that what you want?
No, because call of the audience and committee information is not on the regular agenda.
Okay.
So I'm just going to acquiesce on that one, even though I don't think we should. I'm not going to make a big deal about it.
As you know, the things that were discussed on Friday and the recommendations, which I know you've read, they address slightly call to audience. So it would make sense to do that before we talk about call to the audience, but we can do it after if you want.
Well, and my point there too is call of the audience was not a part of the ad hoc committee, because the call of the audience is not part of an agenda review. It never has been.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Motion to add that, yes, I will
Move
second
3
that.
down to 6.
3 down to 6, yeah. As long as we're going to talk about it. Yes,
So
Mr.
Is
McMahon?
that a second?
Yeah.
yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry, it is.
All right. Yes, sir?
Ask a question.
Please do.
Why is this even an issue when we talk about it?
I agree.
We basically, again, we take the time to talk about something. It's not worth arguing about. Here we go.
I'm just trying to follow the formats.
No, I'm
that's
not
all.
upset, I'm just
Mr.
saying.
Chair?
It's just easy.
At some point, we have to follow our own rules.
Ms. Walker?
I would tend to agree with that, Mr. Ennis, is that it's almost like we're doing whatever we want now, and I tend to agree that this is not how we normally do it. So if we're gonna just change the rules anytime we want, I don't like that. So that's the only reason I agreed to second, because even though we're still gonna talk about it, it is on the agenda for next week, but the other two aren't.
We have a first and second to move item 3 to as part of the review of proposed agenda items. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Could you please call the roll so we get it right?
Pat Bradford,
No.
Melissa Mason,
Yes.
Stephanie Walker,
Yes?
Stephanie Craybill,
Yes.
Josie Barnhart,
No.
Hugh McManus,
Yes.
and Pete Wildebohr.
Yes. That passes 5-2, so we'll move that down.
Thank
With that being, is there any other discussion? If not, the amended agenda, all in favor of approving it, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes 7-0. We will move on to what was item 4, call to audience. And I'll kind of head this up. 3 months ago, we looked at a different agenda or a different way to do call to audience. Sal, would you kind of share with us your opinion on how it's going? I know you weren't here at the beginning, but any feedback?
The feedback I got from the group is it's going pretty well, as is. I mean, it is a random selection. The emails are sent out to those who are selected, and if for example, if somebody decides they can't make it, then we do another pick and another email is sent out. So those lists are accurate. Now, we don't have any control if they, show up or not, and we've had that discussion before. So we can absolutely look into other options.
Okay. And I am wide open to discussion at this point. Ms. Barnhart?
I'd like to add, I know we had talked about the opportunity to add to the lottery to have a translator section, and Ms. Mason had brought up to have a sign language interpreter, and I know that we now have filled the spot that we potentially could have a Spanish translator present, so to open that span for our families who want to be present and to engage with them a little bit more. So I'd like to potentially explore that opportunity. But overall, I have seen a difference and increase of who has come to the call to audience. I think the lottery system is how we select for our magnet schools and our choice schools because it's the most fair way to do it. And so I like modeling the similar process with that. But I'd like to see a translator version option.
Ms. Walker?
Well, as somebody that was opposed to changing it at all, I would hope we would just go back to, first come, first serve. And I get the whole argument about how the same people are coming, but that just shows the intent of people that want to come. And I think the only time it's going to be a problem, because I noticed a couple meetings, one time it wasn't even full completely, is when we have controversial topics. So I understand the lottery system for that reason, but just trying to I don't like the idea of it looking like we're trying to control who can and can't speak. And I want to take the full hour. So I'm opposed to the changes. I want to keep it what it was before.
Others? Ms. Mason?
I have to agree with Ms. Walker. I think we need to go back to the original. I think that there are people that, and I know that this can't be controlled, but I think that there are people that are getting picked that are not showing, and then there are people that are here that, could have signed up if there was space or whatever. I just am concerned that we're limiting the voice of the community, and I recall not that long ago that I was one of those community members, and it was an honor to be able to come and speak to the board at that point. And I'm not okay with limiting or luck of the draw with our community members.
I would ask, and like I say, I'm just throwing out, but I do have, my concern has been and will continue to be you know, those teachers, those students that at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Monday morning are unable, you know, they can't be anywhere else. So I wouldn't be opposed to going back to something that is, you know, somewhere in the middle where we actually give them an opportunity to speak and to be part of the, you know, because I think their voices are as important as anyone else's. So I don't know if we can do, you know, half at 8 o'clock in the morning and maybe half at 8 o'clock at night, or 6 o'clock at night, or something. And also, I'm going to continue to say the same thing. I think that, you know, maybe that when somebody does not show up, that if we could have our sign up, you know, maybe 5. I wouldn't mind if we went. I'm going to just keep throwing things out, but I wouldn't mind going half and half, where we do half online and half. You know, you show up and your name's on the list, and you get an opportunity to speak, because we know for a fact that you're here. And, you know, and then, you know, if we sign up, you know, out of whatever it is, 20 people, 25 people, 30 people, 36, I'm going to say 30 would be don't vote. But if we had 30 people total sign up, and we have 15, you know, sign up 17, and then if we call Joe Smith's not here, or Susie Smith, then we add one more name from the list that actually are here. That way there, you know, that it's not like, well, you know, you sign up somebody extra and then they don't show up too. So that's my thoughts. Mr. McManus.
Two questions for you, two of those. One, are we thinking about changing when we have the call to the audience? That was somewhat discussed, so we might want to solve that. I think that was brought up in the past.
That's what I was worried about, that we would put that in without everybody not hearing about it.
And that's one. And B, I still have a little concern that we have 25 speakers and 15 on the same topic. And I'm not trying to be negative, but I mean, that takes away from others, you know. And that's why I kind of agree with a lot of them. So hopefully we get not the same people every single time. But I'm open.
Mr. Crable?
I just wanted to remind us too that our policy says up to an hour. It doesn't say we must go the whole entire hour. So if we get a certain number of people, and then you can't just take 60 minutes and divide it by 2 minutes each, because it takes them 30 seconds to a minute to saunter up, 30 seconds to a minute to saunter back, and then some of them we have to clap a little bit. You know, so it's really 3 minutes per person by the time you factor all that kind of stuff in. So we're really only talking 20 people if we're going to stay under our hour. And so every time we go over the hour by doing our sign-up list at 30, then we're already not following our policy. So we don't have to be the whole hour.
Ms. Bradford?
I, like Mr. McManus, would like to discuss moving it. It is in our policy that it would be in the front of the meeting, so it would have to be a policy change. But there's also a policy change, there's also a policy that says that the chair has the ability now, without a policy change, to say, okay, how many people want to talk about, you know, the cat in the hat? You know, okay, so, you know, you get one person for that. So to assign people into groups when we have 10 people who want to talk on the same topic. If you want to talk about it's raining on Tuesday, y'all get in a group and decide who's going to speak for you. If you want to talk about, you know, my cat's blue, then, you know, you get over here and get this group, so that you don't have so many people talking on the same topic. So that it is already in our policy if we want to actually start using that. I like the alternate idea. Because I'm doing the call out, there are so many times that people don't show. So if you did the first 20 on somehow to sign up, and I don't really care how we do it, I just don't want to hear the same thing for all 20 people all the time. I want to get those other people, the teachers and everyone else who might want to sign up, but they can't do it in that 8-minute window on a Monday morning. But I also like the idea of having them sign up out front, because that's how everyone else does it, and it works. The problem is there are going to be people who try to cheat the system no matter what we do. So we always have to stay one step ahead of that.
Mr. McManus?
Whatever we decide to do, I'm trying to visualize, Mr. Woodward over there, trying to see everybody's hand and decide. We're trying to discuss everything, and hopefully when we filter it down, we're saving time. Remind, that's why we're approaching and discussing all these different arenas, is hopefully to reduce the list of our meetings. And So, with that in mind, I don't do anything intentionally to block anybody, but I'm listening. A lot of,
Ms. Barnhart, Ms. Crandall?
Well, listening to the conversation, it sounds like there's a couple of different sections. One, it's how are we looking at the people signing up? So either we're sticking with online or in person. Two, the amount of people that we allow to sign up so that we don't violate our policy of an hour, or else we could change policy. And then potentially rearranging it in the schedule. So I feel like this is a very big change overhaul, but I feel like those are kind of the buckets of categories that we're talking about. And I don't know if everybody is saying that we want to change all three of those things. And so I would like some more clarity of those kind of categories. Where do we land as a whole in the board? Are we talking about changing the sign-up process, changing this, or all of it? I'm just confused.
So I agree with Ms. Barnhart on her assessment of the three, but I would like to point out that in policy 2330, it doesn't state what order. It says these are the items we must have. So we have call the audience kind of up toward the front, but it can be wherever we want to put it without a policy change, because this is a template that says we can and that we are allowed to modify the order to make our meetings more efficient.
Mr. Report, correction. I read just in the last 48 hours, maybe the policy number is written wrong, but it does say that the call to audience will be in the first part of the meeting. I read that, and it's one of those three policies that we're talking about. It's there. Call to audience is going to be in the first. So if we move it, we just have to change the policy. That's all.
Do you know which one it is? I'll look it up real
I
quick.
do, because I was going to talk about it.
Ms. Mason, let's hear from Ms. Mason.
Three things. Going back to Pete's point, Mr. Wildebor's point about the teacher voice. We saw last month that it's possible to do two separate signups. Is it not possible for us to do a sign up for community members and then a separate sign up that's available to the teachers and staff members within our school? That's point one. Point two, call to audience as per policy 2300, section B, public comment says, each month, the first part of at least one regularly scheduled board meeting will be set aside for citizens to address the board through public comment or call to the audience. So it is in policy that it is in the beginning. And then my third point is it needs to stay in the beginning. When we are asking people to stay or to wait until we're all done with all of the business that we are doing, it is absolutely disrespectful of the community's time, and I cannot support anything that does that.
Ms. Walker?
I would say, just to reiterate, we are a public body. They're talking about public issues, spending public taxpayers' money. I don't think we have the right to restrict our what people say, and even if we like it or don't like it or are tired of hearing it, you know, to assume that particular groups are going to get together and go, well, you get to go first because you'll be more important than I am. That's presuming that they all, even if they want to talk about the same topic, they're all like together behind the scenes. You know, you could get somebody from the northern part of the county and the southern part of the county that are there for the same thing. That doesn't mean that, you know, they're all wanting to talk about necessarily the same angle of the thing. That's one thing. I have been kind of bothered by the fact that people don't show up. And I feel like that is a tactic sometimes. People just want to fill the slot just so they can block someone else from talking. That's a problem. So I do like Mr. Wilbur's idea of perhaps having extra signups just in case, because, and, you know, people do want to be heard. And if you're here, your intent is to speak. That actually talks to the intent as well of people that want to sign up. I like the idea of maybe moving it from 8 o'clock in the morning. I will agree with that. And we want the chance for people to not have to wake up or go to work and not be able to sign up. So that's fine.
And everybody's spoken twice except for me, so I'm going to speak a second time at this point. So, you know, it is a very interesting topic. I think it's a very important topic. We do want to hear from everyone, but I think at this point we have several options. We either can continue what we've done for one more month and then figure out exactly, maybe have another you know, committee to get together, and, you know, because there's three things we've had in front of us here. We have, you know, exactly when we're going to do it, how we're going to do it. You know, we're going to have, you know, so there's, you know, just a lot. We have a separate, I think the idea of a separate teacher voice, I think that's good. That's actually another kind of teacher voice is coming up in our agenda. But I mean, you know, for you know, and I wouldn't say teacher, I think maybe even saying, staff. You know, staff voice, you know, so if a teacher assistant wants to come in or a bus driver wants to come in and say, hey, I have a great idea, or whatever else they want to, I think that would be good. You know, we can kind of do something real quick, or we can think about it and maybe put together a committee to look into it and then bring it back to us. And, you know, but then it gives us that same question, what are we gonna do for next week? So, I would entertain a motion at this point, if anybody has a motion to, you know, to resolve that, whether we want to have a committee to look into it and discuss it, bring it back to the board, you know, in October, say, and then, you know, either continue on what we're doing, or, you know, but we do need to make that decision. And again, that's why we're discussing it today, because we have to figure out what we're gonna do for next week. Mr. McManus?
Abby Knowles had asked for, you know, staff to be able to come and speak, or teachers. Is that something that would have?
That's
On the
That's
agenda.
separate, that's separate.
Yeah, no, that's on there, yeah, we're gonna talk about that for sure for next week. Mr.
So
Grable?
perhaps we can take, and thank you for the 2300, Melissa, because I don't usually refer to that one. But in policy 2310 and 2330, you know, it does talk about where call the audience is. And I know that many of us who have been to the county commissioners meetings, they have a call to the audience in the beginning, which talks about items on the agenda, so that the public has a chance to weigh in before we vote. And then they also have a section at the end for people that want to stay around to talk about items that will, whatever they want to talk about. And if you recall, we tried that, you know, when I was chair, and people misrepresented what they were going to talk about, you know, in order to get moved up in the front. So, so I would like to say that we table this till a different meeting. Maybe table's not the right word, but I think we need something written down that we can all look at before we just try and piecemeal, because there's three different areas that we do need to address. Well, and wasn't the agenda item, I mean, the lottery open from the time of the agenda review all the way? So it's not like wait until 8 o'clock on Monday morning to try and sign up. It's been open for it's open for like a week.
That was the original.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
what
That's what
was
we're talking about, the original.
8 o'clock in the morning. Now,
Yeah.
what's going now is
Is open, yeah,
I
which
will
is,
make a motion that we continue the way we are, because honestly, between now and next week, we confuse everybody. And then, I don't have a solution for how to fix this, you know, to get to the three different things. But for the one issue of how do we get till next week is just do what we're doing now. Open it today, and it closes out. Does it close out on Sundays?
Monday at noon.
Monday at noon, okay. I'll
Okay, so
second that.
we have a motion, we have a second. Is there other discussion about that motion? Ms. Walker?
So I'm fine with that, but to your point, what's the plan going forward? Like, are we gonna do a little ad hoc committee, or are we just going to just communicate with each other about ideas?
Why don't we, my suggestion would be to add it to our agenda for next week, and we'll go ahead and then we can, I would like, you know, my personal thought, my own humble thought would be to have an ad hoc committee and report back for next month, and that way there, you know, we can have 3 people come up, you know, and kind of bring their minds together and get input from, you know, some people in the, you know, in the citizenry that will share their thoughts on it and go forth.
Have you restated my motion yet?
Like that.
Then let me correct it. Let's try this. Let's do what we've been doing, but also have a longer sign-up sheet out front, and those people that, you know, if they get into the first batch, great, but then the others would be alternates, so that we hit the right number and we don't have any empty slots. So I changed my motion to that.
Okay, and we have first and second on that? Okay, so, yes, Mr. Grable?
So the notion of having empty spots is really, we don't have to consider that because we only have an hour. So empty spots would be subjective, that if somebody goes over or we have to, you know, clap too much, you know, so there really aren't empty spots. There are spots, there is time remaining for us to fill. So it's, I think we need to keep that kind of in mind. We only have an hour. We don't have a set number of slots.
We do have a motion and a second in front of us.
Would you restate the motion just so we know?
Absolutely. So the motion is to continue for next week, the way we have been for the last 3 months, with the addition of having additional sign-up slots available, so that if there's any open slots,
Remaining time.
Right, remaining time. If there's any remaining time, we can fill that with those people to sign up. So we have first and second, Ms. Mason.
How many slots are we adding that are extra? Because we already have the sign up,
I
correct?
think we have 5 spots already, so then, everybody else that
Just
wants to come, they can just sign up.
unlimited number.
It would probably need to be clear that, you may or may not get.
Right.
You may or
right.
may not get.
We have 5
To
that
speak.
are
Right,
dedicated, and if everybody else shows up in the time that is used, then you wouldn't be able to speak. We need to have like a straight line or something. Yes, ma'am?
And when we used to do it that way completely, and Crystal can jump in, is that it was out from like an hour before or 45 minutes before, and then was taken up at a certain time so that you had a chance to put the papers together, right? I mean, it's not open, you can't just go up and sign throughout the whole meeting. It's like you have to have it signed by a 5 o'clock or by meeting time or 4:45 or something.
That's what we do now.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second, any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Carry 7-0. Okay, carrying on. All right, so then we're gonna go on to committee information, Ms. Barnhart.
This is just really a time I'd like for us to all have eyes on the New Hanover County website to look at the committees and go in, because we had approved the universal application for community members, and initially we had said, open it and collect it through September. So it was brought to attention, and I kind of think people added and changed to it what they wanted. I thought it'd be a good opportunity for all of us to come together and see, because when you go to the community tab, you can see Board of Education standing committees, and it has the chairs and the members listed, as well as the advisory committees, and then you can further click the links to see the description, and that's where the updates of when people are meeting, how often, how long the terms that people serve, if you're serving on this committee, what does that look like? And that was the feedback whenever we were creating the template for the application, to have that information on there. So,
And where is that found on the website for people that are listening?
if we go to the Board of Education, and then I think it's just under committees. I'm not on that, but yeah. Yep. Past policy manual.
So Board of Education committees.
Yeah, so you click the Board of Education link and then click the committee link.
Ms. Walker?
I think it's a good idea for us to be able to let people know where to go if they want to apply. I mean, every committee is going to be a little different. Every committee, I think, has a chair, and so they should be in charge of talking to their groups about it. As for like adding people, I don't think we've gotten to that point yet where we've talked about, I mean, I know Ms. Crable did a lot of stuff before this current board about like our committees and how we're supposed to meet and what times, but like for example, EDI meets every, I think, supposedly first Monday, unless that changes. It depends, but every committee is a little bit different. So I think it's going to be down to whoever's on these committees chair-wise to go, okay, let's update the website and maybe have a link to the universal application. But that's down to when we're ready to start taking in applications, which that's kind of unknown right now for each committee, I think.
And I've also been approached by several people who are the subject matter experts and/or our committee members wanting to know if they have to reapply. Because some committees haven't met in quite some time. Some committees are, most of the committee, there's only, several board committees, but most of the other committees are advisory committees that the school system runs. We just are given a seat at the table for that. So I think that is something that we do need to, and we don't really have a bond committee, and so this is still a little bit, vague as well.
Ms. Walker?
Well, yeah, she got it.
Not vague,
Already spoke.
not correct.
So you first, go ahead.
Okay. So to that point as well, like, I guess it's a good idea to, well, I don't guess, I know it's a good idea to figure out which committees are accepting citizens and other folks and not advisory committees, and letting the public know that. So if we want to take applications and we figure that out, we make it clear on the website. I know I've just repeated that part, but that is a good point, like, because not every committee that we have is a public community committee, where we invite folks. So we really should think about how we're gonna streamline that, because,
Well, I mean, I think that's kind of the point. We adopted this universal application process, and on it, we said the end of September, and we need to make sure that our committees are up to date and that the application is on the website. And so this was, my goal was to make sure that everybody, because we all have a seat at the table, to look at and make sure that it's up to date because of that reason. Because months ago, we adopted a universal application process because it used to just be upon appointment by board members that you got to serve on these committees. And so this was creating a process so that everybody was open to being able to serve. So that's the point of this. So we could brush it off and not address it, and you can figure out a different time that you want to address it. But the whole point of it is so that we can openly address it now, so that the people wanting to come onto the committee have the opportunity to do so.
Ms. Mason?
I do know that some of the committees that I'm on, I'm just there as an observer. I have no vote. And so at one of the meetings recently, they voted in their own members. How are we addressing that? Is that something
not
that we do
board
need to?
committees.
They're not technically considered board committees?
some are and some aren't.
Because Gifted Advisory Council and Exceptional Children Council,
Advisory.
I'm not a voting member of that. So we still take those applications. That's my question. We still take those applications for those committees and we pass them on to those chairs?
That's not my understanding of how
Ms. Craven?
these, I'm sorry. You let Pat go if her hands was up.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused as what the action item here is. So I just need clarification. We have the website, we don't now have the ability for people to use the universal application form that we created, and it's done, right? We voted on that and it's finished, am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, Ms. Barnhart, you're asking to get that onto the website so that people can start applying by the end of this next month, which is pretty much on us. Is that what we're discussing?
Yes, I wanted to bring it up.
So
to
do you have a
everyone's attention.
suggestion for an action step? What is the next step, is my question.
The whole goal was to look over and make sure that of the committees that people could apply to are up to date with the most accurate information on here. That was the whole goal of the action item. So if somebody from central office wants to show me where the universal application process is, that's fine, but looking really quickly, I don't know where to click to go there to apply. And I don't know if it's up there yet. But that's what I'm saying. We had adopted this process, it sounded really good, and I don't want it to go by the wayside, because with the new school year starting and new members serving on committees, I think we need to come back together to make sure that it's not just falling from the wayside.
Let me ask Dr. Faust, who would be, under whose purview would that be?
But Miss Anita back here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I do have the application. I don't have it online yet. We were waiting for the information regarding each board
Yes.
committee, the updated information as to what the committee does, the description, and if there can be an appointment to that committee
Mr. Chair.
through the board.
So where do we get those?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Walker?
So to Anita, to Ms. Anita's point, it is, that is really what we need to hash out here. Which ones are board committees that are accepting applications? And if so, I don't think we're going to make the deadline by September, only because I think we should meet with those committees, whoever's on them and who chairs them, and have that discussion with these individual committees. That way we can find out who wants to keep serving, and if so, this is how they apply to reapply or retake from a pool of others.
Ms. Craven?
Yeah, and so I just want to clarify is that the board does not appoint people to the committees. In the past, it's been, and before our universal application, the only committee that had an application form, basically, my understanding when I started looking into this, was EDI, and the Family Communications Committee, which is no longer. We didn't have an application form for most of them. You just called up the person who was the chair, or contacted them, and then you were invited. So and it's also my understanding that board members that serve on advisory committees, there's really not any voting. There's more like consensus kind of stuff is what I thought. So your voice does count, because they really don't vote. The advisory committees, my impression, they are just school system committees that we sit on and get to listen to. Am I wrong on that? Dr. Faust?
Yeah, I've never been through the process where there was appointment.
Right, there's no, advisory committees don't appoint, like, and, maybe Ms. Barnum or, Dr. Faison can speak to that. It's like, do you appoint people, or do you just, people reach out to you and say, hey, I'd like to be on that committee? Because these are advisories that you do as part of your work. We don't direct that work as a board.
So that's been current practice. In the past, under a different governing document from the Advisory Council for Exceptional Students, it was determined that the board would have a voting member and that there would be appointments to that advisory. But then after a different governing document, that was not continued with a previous board member present on that. So I think it's up to the will of the board.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's up to the will of the board if you want to have that involvement in it, and then the committee will follow suit.
And I'm going to use my time to speak here. I think it's important too, because I was one of the ones that was kind of driving behind this. I've had a lot of constituents come up and say, hey, I'd really like to serve on this committee or that committee, but how do you do it? And it's been kind of all over the place. Well, you get on this way, or you get on that way, you get on because somebody asked you to be on, or you can't be on because we have a certain number, but another committee has a lot more people and that one has less people. So I think that's why we need that universal. But I do understand it probably is not going to happen before in September, but I would like to get maybe a motion to maybe, give it an extra month. So by the end of October, have that way school started, everybody's, we get through this hurricane situation, all that kind of thing. And maybe we can have that by the end of October so that we can go ahead and, so that also gives everyone, as Ms. Walker said, which is a good point, that's, it's not somebody just saying, oh, I guess this or that. You can, that gives you, the better part of 2 months to meet with your committees and come up with what you would like to do. So I'm going to make that motion right now that we go ahead and extend the deadline for an extra month, and with the understanding that all committees will meet between now and the end of October so that they can report back to the board in October. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second. First and second, other discussion?
So when we meet with our committees, the question will arise, do I have to reapply for the committee that I'm on? So I think we probably need to decide that at this point. And we just need to be really super clear that where the application goes. When someone submits it, it's universal. So we had talked at one time about it going to, I don't know if Dawn had said this or Anita had told us about, does it go to the committee chair or the subject matter expert in the district, or does it go to the board chair? Does it go to all of us? Because that is kind of important, for us to be able to describe to our committees. Where does the universal application go?
I would think that it would go through communications and then go to the chairs of those committees. But I think that we should provide a consensus if that's what we are thinking, because I feel like this process is a good idea so that we can steer people of how to get involved with our district, but we need to make some decisions.
I think that's a good idea. Ms. Walker?
I guess the only thing I would follow that up with is, it's up to each chair, I guess, to decide who they would like on the committee. Because, I have no idea, because we don't know yet, how many applications you'll get for a certain committee, whichever those are. I think we should definitely establish which ones they're going to be applied for, because board committees are different than advisory committees. And I know we just had a discussion about whatever the will of the board is, but if we're clear with folks out there which committees are open to community involvement, then they're going to know. And then by the time in October comes, we can let them know. And I'm assuming if we send it to the chair, then we're the ones as chairs or whoever that decides. I don't think I'm a chair of a committee. So.
But that is where, now I just lost my train of thought about no, that's all right. It was something about that, no, I forgot. Dang it.
Okay. We have a first and second then to delay a month. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes 7-0. We're going to carry on. moving on to item 6, proposed agenda items. Again, I'll read this. Please stop me if there's anything you wanted to discuss. First off, I'm going to start with who would like to do the national anthem.
National, you mean pledge?
So, no, national anthem. I want to see if anyone wants to
Say
sing.
it, Ms. Walker.
I'm not, I can't even sign it.
Excuse me, I meant the pledge. Yes, okay, it's been a long
I
day.
can't even sign it. I'll do it.
Miss Mason is going to
She's
do
singing
our.
the national anthem.
She's singing the national
No,
anthem.
this is not singing
Pledge.
the national anthem. I'm not doing
Miss
that either.
Mason, thank you, Miss Mason. All right, we will have student voice. Very good, that's on. September recognitions.
Oh, can we go back to, let me just look real quick and see if it hasn't changed. The meeting minutes that are up there are 7/11 and 2/7. So are we going to have some meeting minutes that we need to approve?
Yes, we will. I got it back.
Okay.
Yep, we got it. Okay, very good. And September recognitions, administrative introductions, and classified employee recognition program. We can do that in 5 minutes?
Do we have classified recognitions?
You bet we do.
Okay.
What? Can we change that to 10 then, at least?
Would you please?
Yes, please. Thank you, sir.
You can talk slower.
That's going to be 10 minutes, so we're not sprinting people up and sprinting back. Superintendent's report, he said he needs at least an hour for that one.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure he does by this point. 5 minutes, chairperson's report, also 5 minutes. Call to audience, 60 minutes, and we are going to use what we've used for this month, and we'll talk about that. And again, just to let everybody know, I am not going to add that to today's agenda, but we will amend the agenda probably just so we can add that discussion about the call to audience for next week. So we follow our
Where are we going to put it, under old business?
it'll be under old business.
Okay.
But just make sure everybody knows that we'll add that part in later on. Ma'am?
The next one.
Okay. Closed session, we had information first, reading
No,
buddies.
closed session, that's what I wanted.
Oh.
Are we going to move that to the end of the meeting or the beginning of the meeting, or is closed session going to stay in the middle of the meeting?
Well, we use that as a placeholder, but I would rather just go ahead and do it at the end myself. Other
Mr.
thoughts
Chair?
from the board members? Ms. Walker?
Well, I just want to add, I've never liked the fact that it's in the middle, first of all, because I think that is rude to people that come. But it is in our policy that it's in our policy that this is the format of the agenda, correct? Or we would-
It's a template.
Oh,
You
it's a
don't, you can,
template.
you
Okay.
can rearrange it however you want to do it.
Well, if it's the will of the board, we can remove that totally.
I make a motion that we move it to the end of the meeting,
We have-
There's already one at the end.
We can't do
or
that.
then just remove that one.
Mr. Chair, we can't.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess I would say only if there's nothing pertinent in the meeting that we have to talk about.
That's right, so that's why it's there, actually. It's something that's, oh my goodness, we gotta talk about that before another piece, that's why it's there. But we seldom use it. Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
I would like to keep it there for that very reason and continue, if it comes to the board meeting and we don't need it, we would just say, we don't need this closed session. So it says if needed up to 60 minutes. So the whole purpose was we added the closed session to this agenda briefing to have it, but in the event that we have to have information to go into, I think it needs to stay there, in addition to the one that's at the end.
Okay, we do have a motion, is there a second? Hearing none, we'll leave it alone. Okay, carrying on to information, first, reading
First, it
buddies.
should be first grade, sir, I'm sorry, I don't get that changed.
I'm sorry?
First grade.
First grade,
Yeah, first grade reading buddies.
okay? And again, stop me if you have a question.
Can
Magni?
we,
Can you tell us
I'm
what
keeping
it is?
track of the times.
Oh, thank you. I meant to ask you about that. Hey, brain, still killing.
You gave me an assignment, I'm on it.
Thank you.
Can we hear from Dr. Mason as to what it is?
If you look at main points, it's,
Just want to announce to the public about our first grade reading buddy initiative. And this is where we will have first graders in every elementary school, community partners, stakeholders, parents, community members come in and read with our first graders. We will have it up and running totally by October the 1st. Our goal is to have all first graders by the end of the year, but by October the 1st, we will be able to say that every school has some reading buddies for first grade. So I just want to make sure the community knows that we have it on our website and we can go and actually, they can actually sign up to be a first grade reading buddy if you have not. I really encourage you to do that.
Ms.
all right,
Walker.
let's shine.
2-3 minutes. I'm super excited about it. I think, I've had people approach me about what can I do. I think this is an easy thing for people to come and do, whoever's listening, to volunteer. Obviously, you have to go through a background check, right? That is the procedure. But I think it's important, and we absolutely need people to come and help. I know I used to enjoy doing that with my kids' school when I was, but I mean, obviously, I had the luxury of time that some people might don't. But folks out there that want to help kids read, it's a very enjoyable experience, and it makes you feel pretty good, too.
Okay, how long do you think that will take?
5 minutes, you can.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Woo, I'm pushing 5 feet.
All right, say 5.
I just want to make sure that the public really realizes the opportunity we have, and this is a great way for, like Ms. Walker said, for everybody to be a part in increasing our students' literacy.
Thank you, Dr. Payson.
Also wanted to add, this is a great opportunity for a lot of those people that come to call to the audience on a regular basis, you know, wanting to know what we're doing in our schools, and especially I'm thinking of like Love My Children, you know, that they, groups like that are also welcome, you know, church groups and, you know, that kind of stuff. So that's a great opportunity for us.
Mr. McManus.
If I may, I kind of said something to Jim, but I'd like to say to everybody, I think since we're going to do this universal app with committees, we ought to include volunteering for reading, since that is one of our top priorities with that same application. It wouldn't be a committee, but they would then be whoever.
Mr. Bradford?
You don't think so?
Not on that, not on that, because it's not a committee.
Well, in addition to, but right now, are we doing that, other than talking about it?
You sign up through like a school or through the communications department if you want to volunteer, so that you can get the background check done.
Well, we have to vet everybody.
We do.
But are you saying, Mr. McManus, that you would like it done that way so that people know how to do it? It's
Well,
just
I
all
don't
one
think
catch-all?
It's less advantageous to not put it on there. I mean, but I think we should. I mean, take every, you know, grab every opportunity we have. I mean, we're so focused on literacy, and there might be people out there who really bring something to the table.
That's a good point.
Or
Good point.
we're going to vet everybody. So
Well, I was going to say, if this is a district-wide volunteer initiative, I think there's an opportunity to capitalize it, like he's saying, through a district volunteer application process. I mean, there already is a link, but to have, that's what you're saying, is since this
That's
is a
what I'm saying.
district, yeah, there's a link right, underneath that one.
Ms. Walker?
I would just lastly say this, because I think I've had this discussion before. It's hard to find it naturally through the website. I mean, and it's just a suggestion that we have maybe a bigger button on the front page that links people to it. And not only that, strengthen up the landing page where it basically says, this is what we need, this is what you can do, this is how you sign up. I mean, if we make it easy as we can make it, people, I think, will get more people show up and do it. But it's a good idea Ms. Manis brought up. I think it's.
Can I ask, is there a policy, well, I guess maybe I shouldn't ask this, but I apologize. Is there a policy against, if we had our person who is coordinating that, Ms. Hall, maybe here during the board meeting and signing people up, and because they would have to go through volunteer check. I'm just trying to get, or providing information. We just need, I mean, it's a lot of people here that we can say, hey, you really invested, come and partner with us. I just don't know if there, what the board thinks or
I think we just need
policy.
another clipboard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay.
And a
Thanks.
sign that says, sign up here.
Yeah, I just didn't want to do something that was against something.
I like it.
Yes, sir.
One clarifying question, I think we want to isolate what type of volunteers they were, whether they were level 1 or level 2.
Right.
That's going to determine the depth of the background check they have
Yes,
to go under.
exactly. Thank you.
Okay, we'll carry on. Magnet schools, Ms. Walker, you brought that up?
Yeah, I did. I sent the description to Ms. Bowie, and I very much appreciate her putting it on there because we wanted
You click on it,
clarifications.
it's there.
I don't have a computer in front of me.
Okay.
So. But I think I had sent in pretty much what I'd like to kind of cover as far as that's concerned.
About how long do you think
That really depends on us. Because I just want to start the conversation. I know we're going to have a utilization study that's going to look a little bit at our magnet schools too next week. And I just think for me, like, thinking about our magnet schools and the whole reason they were created in the first place, and, are they doing what they're intended to do? And if not, how can we strengthen that with community partnerships? And it's all on there in the description. And I know Ms. Crable has a lot of historical knowledge that I don't have, or none of us really have, as far as, you know, the whole creation of magnet schools and what they're intended to do and their purpose. And I think we've got some good opportunities here, is all I'm saying. And I just would love just to open the discussion, get the information out there really about what they are.
15 minutes?
Can I ask?
I was gonna
Go
ask
ahead,
some
I'm sorry.
question too. I think we probably need to change the name from magnet to choice schools. or
I don't like
specialty.
that word choice, first of all, but.
So the reason why is for magnet, it's a federal grant, and we never got the federal grant.
Well, I will just say what's confusing about using that word is that we do have choice schools, that if you don't want your, you know, if you're districted for a certain school and you don't want your kid to go there for X, Y, Z reasons, you can apply to different schools, but with your own transportation. But that's different in distinction. I've also heard them called specialty schools. So, I mean, I know I looked at utilization study. I nerded out over it just a little bit because I'm an MPA person, but like it did call them magnet schools. So I guess that's what's worth the discussion is that what they are? That's what they're intended. I mean, they're themed schools. We have an engineering school, an art school, and an international school. So I get your point, and
Yeah,
that's what we want to talk about.
I just don't want us to just call them magnet schools, and that means we're under a federal program and we're not.
Right.
Yeah, and that's
We're
my
not
point.
And
technically
that's,
We're not
yeah.
magnet schools.
So we talk, that's.
Can I ask
Do you
a
want me
question? Go
to
ahead.
clarify that, so they really are choice schools, as Dr. Faust said, because any other school can be an option under open choice. They aren't choice
So that's
schools though.
open choice
It's
schools.
open choice because it's only about the number of seats available based on capacity. So open choice is for any school with capacity option, and so those really are the choice schools versus calling them.
I've never seen them called choice school. I mean, not that I'm just.
No, I think that's he's
I've
talking
heard
about, it needs to be
specialty
changed.
schools before.
Yeah, so specialty kind of means a different
That's what
school.
we said, yeah. I just want to ask a couple questions, and I do want to just say, and I think I shared this with you, because thank you for kind of giving me a heads up on this, that we are looking at the question about magnet and the fee for magnet schools, because you cannot, like Dr. Faust said, you can't use the word magnet or without being part of that club. I just want to make sure I have whatever you need from me on this, because there's a lot of information. So are you just going to present some information? I just want to, if you need anything from me, do you need me to do anything for this, or you got
You know,
it?
I mean, probably the only thing that we would ask you for, or any of you guys, is clarification on what, you know, I mean, this was a good discussion because the more people know, let's just say. And like I said, I looked at the utilization study that we were supposed to cover, and it calls them magnet schools. So I just think it'd be nice to be clear about what they are. I mean, historically, Ms. Grable and I had a discussion about like what they were intended to be, and they weren't. To Dr. Faust's point, they're not, there's no money being paid to be called a magnet school, but they are themed as engineering school, and they're just, I would just like to see them, whatever we end up deciding, that they are actually true to what they are supposed to be, and maybe get them help if they're not.
Can I ask another question I would ask, and just for consideration? Ms. Jean Hall is our innovative program supervisor, and currently she is actually looking through every application and cleaning up what is that focus for that school. She has not finished, to my knowledge. Is there any way we could push this back to October so you could have a full, because we don't want to say, because what we're finding is, this is not what we think it is, but this is what the application said. So when we bring this information to you, I want to bring you what the application says, if that's okay.
Sure.
I'm not saying not do it, but if we can have to October, and then that way I think we'll give you the information you need, and we can do some more homework.
Whatever, that's fine with me.
Is that
That's
okay with
with you
everybody?
guys. I'll
Everybody
put it
with
off
that
to
consensus?
October.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so we'll delete the magnet/choice school discussion until next month.
Can I-
Mr. McManus?
I'm not sure who's responsible, but could we get a little info when we do discuss it later? I've never really heard the statistics and the data, you know, people, returning people away that are trying to go, or we have a lot of vacancies.
The selection process.
Kind of an update where we are, and that might help us with who we should be.
More the merrier, the more.
We'll bring that on into October, Ms. Craybill?
Can I just remind us too that in October, I thought we also agreed that we were going to talk about AP courses and IB and perhaps even CTE classes
We're
and
building it.
credentials. So all that, so that'll be like a big.
Yeah, it'll be two separate things, but, because we don't, I see them as separate if it's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were gonna do dual enrollment. We were actually gonna do AP separate, but there's one presentation for that, and we can add in this magnet option. Or not magnet, I'm sorry, choice schools. I wasn't saying magnet, because I know better.
But to that point, if we could just think about this, one of the things that was brought up at the ad hoc committee meeting was that some of this stuff, this discussion stuff, really isn't business. So should we have that not at a business meeting, but have a work session perhaps that is more than 30 minutes long? You know, like an hour or two where we can go through, you know, this and this and this and call it academic programs or, you know, that kind of stuff. That might be something better than sitting here at a meeting and trying, when we need to just be like voting on things. And this sounds more to me like a discussion, letting us understand, ask more questions, kind of thing. So that might be, we don't need to do it right here, but you might want to think about that, Mr. Chair, as.
I think after we get that overview, I think that will be good, because we will be asking about, you know, like some of the things that you're saying. I think that will fall right in line. So we give an overview in October, and then the board can decide how do we want to work together to, because we see this as an opportunity to bring some of our students back who may be in a charter, and just to beef up the education of our students.
Good point.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Skipping ahead, that's one of the recommendations of the ad hoc committee, is to take this exact thing, the previous one, items that are for information but not for a vote, and to deal with them strictly in this meeting, so that we have the broadest discussion we could possibly want, but it's restricted to this meeting and not to the business meeting. In the comments that you'll read that we got from all of the central office staff was, this is a business meeting, this is a business meeting, this is a business meeting, this is a business meeting. In other words, the September 5th one. So that we should do all of these other things, they should be stacked on this short agenda instead of this super long agenda. So that's coming up in our report, but it's to Ms. Krebel's point. And if it's so big that we need to group a bunch of stuff together, then we could have a work session with them and throw in a lot of eggs into that basket.
Carrying on to now our letter B, demographic and facility utilization study. Mr. Anderson, how long do you need for that?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
That's a lot of
Can you prep us on it so we know what we're going to be looking at?
Sure. You'll recall back in April, the board authorized us to proceed with this study, and it consists of demographic study along with 10-year enrollment projections, and then that's wrapped into our facility utilization study. So the facility utilization study looked at current capacity and current enrollment, and compared how we are doing, and concluded that we are currently over capacity. When we do these studies, we do them looking with and without mobile units. We definitely need to retire some of our mobile units. They have served us well. But so we're really focused on our building capacity, brick and mortar buildings without mobiles. And we are currently over capacity. We break that down to elementary, middle, and high school. We'll take a closer look at it. We've got some graphics that look at regional maps of the county so you can see where that is, as well as a breakdown of school by school. We're going to go through the presentation at a very high level, and I'm sure there'll be some questions, but I'd also encourage everyone on the board, after listening to the presentation, to take some time on your own and look through it and email me questions, and we can discuss it in greater detail, because it is a lot of information. But we then take as part of the utilization study, we then put in our enrollment projections, and we look at, okay, so here's where we are currently. Now, taking into consideration enrollment projections, where are we trending? How are we trending? and then look at proposed additions, renovations, and new construction. And if implemented, you know, how would it look? We're calling that proof of concept. And so I think that the overall takeaway is that we are over capacity today. The proposed renovations, additions, new construction, they don't get us to, you know, an 85% utilization, but they get us, it's a big step in the right direction, and it's the first phase of where we're heading. So, you know, it's the projects that we are showing, you could add to them or delete some, but it's not a cure-all. It catches us up, gets us a little ahead, and it's the first phase in a long-range plan.
Ms. Bradford and then Ms. Mason.
So comment, so the parents who are concerned about the capacity of the schools and they want to be at another school and all of those infrastructure buildings, they should show up for this meeting and listen to your presentation. I went over it. I didn't study it, but I went over it and I noticed, am I wrong? New Hanover's not on there? Or is it on there and I missed it?
It's included.
Is it? Okay, I missed it. And I was like, where is it? So I have to study again. Thank you.
Mason.
Yeah, I read through it as well. And I did notice at one point there was a mention of redistricting and that would not be the save-all, catch-all of fixing this. If the proposed changes, the building additions and the additional elementary school that was talked about on there, if those were put in place, would we also need to do redistricting?
Yes. I mean, we will have to if we build a new school, we're gonna have to redistrict to fill that school.
School with an S.
Yeah, yeah.
Schools.
School.
Yes. Can't just do it with one.
Plural. I will say that, and you've heard me say this before, that we are growing, but at a pace where we could be more strategic in our planning. And so we're really targeting through studies like this where that space is needed, and that will minimize the number of families or students that are affected. And that's included in the presentation as well. And it's a really small number. So when you hear the word redistricting, you think of a massive redistricting. I think of this as you know, some boundary modifications.
Walker.
So I would say, because I want to dive into it, because I really loved reading it, and really what struck out for me was the red marks of where the growth is up top and at the bottom, and that's really what we're going to have to look at. And we're probably going to have some tough discussions about mini redistricting. I mean, it's not full redistricting, but you got to adjust, because you can't have 3 schools within like 2 miles and then one be under, one be way over. I mean, people won't like it, but that's just the way it is. And you know, this discussion is a precursor to a potential bond should we need it. And so we have to do this due diligence, because, I mean, otherwise we don't make money here necessarily. We have to rely on our commissioners for that. And I think that maybe that's where we started this conversation. So, I mean, you know, they got to know we're doing it, we're being responsible.
Ms. Bradford.
Right.
And so included in that, will one of you talk about if there were schools, what the kind of timeline is, because people expect you to pop one up like a mushroom, and then talk about the bond process. Because when I talk to people about bonds, they don't understand the process. They don't understand the time length. They don't understand, you know, any of it. So the more we talk about it, the more people get comfortable with those terms.
Any other discussion? Yes, sir.
You want to We have 4 high schools, 3 are over capacity. I don't want to scare everybody, but what's the capacity for New Hanover?
It's not full.
Because I've had people suggest, why don't we move some kids to New Hanover? And I said, well, as we build and construct, what I say, B, we're going to need another high school. And so I heard bond referendum, and I brought that up once before. Somewhere we need to make sure that's starting to be discussed. A lot of us might not be around then on the board by the time it gets done, but we got to talk about that.
What this
Because they're coming out, what are you going to do? you're over capacity in 3 of them. And the growth, if people haven't driven in the Laney Arena North or from Bunker Junction South, Carolina Beach, going out toward Hampstead, my gosh, every day the woods disappeared, you got a new combination of townhomes and houses. It's unbelievable.
So what this study shows in terms of high school is that while we're over capacity currently, you're going to see a drop in high school membership because there is a bubble that's been going through our schools. And then it's going to be slowly increasing. But with the projects that we're proposing, if fully implemented, all of our high schools will be, within 10% or under capacity.
So building would be done on those campuses rather than.
Well, the biggest improvement is constructing a new middle school on the campus of CTEC on Sidbury Road, relocating trash to that new middle school. That'll gain about 300 to 400 seats in our middle school capacity and gain about 700 seats in our high school capacity, because the vacated building where trash was would be combined into one high school.
Yeah.
Also really help out the
Good
traffic
answer.
problem.
Ms. Barnhart?
I was just gonna ask, is it your recommendation, because I know there used to be a bond committee to create that, because I know this has to go on a ballot and all this thing, so I don't know if now is the framework to start.
So absolutely, there will be a committee. This will not be like a senior staff. We will need armor to help protect us. Yes. So the community committee to talk about it. All we will do is deliver the information. The board will then hear it, and pay close attention to it because it says some of our schools will be at capacity. The discussion that we've had is that I feel nervous when we're at capacity and we build them at capacity already. Yes. And then you put a mobile unit out there, and so then we get hit with, well, why did you not just build it bigger? I will say this, I'm sure it would be okay to have a couple of rooms where we could have some professional development, whatever in the room, and then if kids came, you fill those rooms. That's because I think about, I can't even think of the name of the school. Our current Porter's Neck, yes. I was like, Porter, what is Porter's Neck? Porter's Neck, and how we've just been in about 3 years. And we're already at where we need to put mobile units out there. And so we just have to you have to consider all of those things. So when looking at it, there's a lot of things that we have to consider, but I won't
I guess that's what I was asking is that going to be an action item at this meeting for us to put together?
I think that
this information.
This information doesn't come as a surprise to you because you hear it, you live it, you're aware of it. I think that we want to present this to the school board first, and then have some discussion with county staff, maybe perhaps a meeting with county staff, and then I don't know where it goes from there, but I would do that before you put together a bond committee, making sure that the county is aware of this information and is on board with that.
Well, they paid for the study, so they did. They're invested in helping us figure it out.
Anything else on that? If not, we're going to carry on. Consensus items, and again, stop me if you need to.
Andy, what did you say, 30 minutes on that?
Yes,
Yeah, 30
ma'am.
minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, 30 minutes. Disposal of surplus
Mr.
property.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. Ma'am?
I just had a quick question about that one.
Okay.
I went on there and I noticed there are 568 laptops that we are getting rid of, and I'm just curious as to why, and let me explain. I know we've received some emails about Roland Grice not having the laptops, and so I'm just curious as to why these laptops are going. Are they outdated? Is the software having issues?
That's not true. That email, Dawn actually, it's a 5-year program.
Okay.
And I actually was out there talking, and Dawn actually shared it. The parent sent an email, and the principal didn't actually know. And so the teachers, the Recordex, that's a Recordex, I think that might be, I'm not sure if that's a Recordex, but similar to that. The teachers, there's no shortage for the teachers. Instead of having the teachers have their laptop where they can plug it up to the system, they actually have, there's a computer behind it. So they sign into this system, and then that means if a substitute is there, the substitute can sign in also and go on. So there were some misinformation in that one, but the schools determined when they were going to roll out the computers, and the principal wasn't aware that the parent was sending an email to say that they weren't ready.
Additionally, I have 2 children that go to Roland Grice, and they had mentioned getting laptops, but that they weren't going to be getting them right away as well. I just was curious as to why we're getting rid of 568 laptops. Just curious.
Those laptops are probably over 8 years old.
Okay. Thank you. That was it.
All right. Thank you, and thank you. Carrying on, B, 23-24 annual Head Start service plans. C, memo of understanding, MOU with NC Wesleyan University. D, 100th day of school, MOU with UNCW College of Health and Human Services. Just gonna keep going. Pre-K MOU, pre-K MOU, school year 23-24. Spark NC, yeah, that's a big word.
Addendum.
Thank you, addendum.
We're here for you.
Yes, ma'am, Graybill?
So, got a question on this one, where it says in our fiscal implications, $50,000 for furniture and equipment, in addition, $65,000 for personnel to facilitate the lab. So, when I went to visit the lab when this came up, and was wondering, are we getting a new person? In that we already have Ms. Toothman there. So what is the $65,000 going to cover for personnel?
We have a Spark Lab facilitator. I do
That's
not.
Ms. Toothman, right?
I don't know if that's her name.
But
Oh,
we don't,
yes,
we're not
yes,
paying,
yes, okay.
that's a grant
Okay.
that's being paid for us. That position is grant funded by the state.
Okay. So what's the $65,000 for personnel
That's
to
her.
facilitate
That's
the
her.
lab?
Remember,
her.
we approved this, you guys
Right.
approved this a couple of months ago, but there was a couple of addendums, items that needed to be, like a word change and things like this. So she's already in place. because
No, I
the
know
money
that. I was wondering
already
if we were
there. It's
getting
her.
more.
No,
I was
no, no, it's
confused.
just-
I thought we
yeah,
were
no,
getting more
It's
people.
her.
Okay, and then the equipment there, is that that area in the middle, that, like, if you, like, when you walk in the door, you have a station here and a station here, and then you have a section in the middle that's kind of long. Is that where we're getting new equipment and furniture?
They've already received their furniture.
Yes, that's what I was gonna
So it's
say.
already there.
Yes,
All right, so everything so this is just
'cause, yeah,
that covering what we already have. Okay,
we
just
just
making
uploaded
sure.
again because the addendums were there.
Okay.
That's why it
So,
says the
yeah.
addendum.
Okay, I'm cool with that. Thank you.
Mr. Bradford?
That one made me think, so my question would be, who writes the addendum? They look like it wasn't the normal form, but this was an addendum to the MOU.
Yes.
So do we have a template for the MOUs that people fill in? Which I thought we did, but that one
Yeah.
looked different. Did they
So-
write that thing?
So this is one that Spark uses across the state.
Okay.
So what I did was I had Attorney Vogel read this addendum and the MOU, and he gave approval for that. So I know he's up here if you have any questions. Okay.
No? Okay, carrying on. Power School Contract, Main Services Agreement and Cost Review. School-sponsored clubs and activity fees.
I had a question.
And question?
Mr. Whittlewood. I saw the change in increase the option of cash came up, and I think I put this in the portal, but somebody had suggested, I thought it was a good idea, and one that we should at least consider, is to allow cash sales of tickets at school, because I know there was concern about carrying so much cash at a game. So if there was a way to allow for families to have that fee a little bit lower versus having that convenience fee of electronic, and so I wanted to discuss that at this time.
Thank you for asking that question. So I did have that conversation with our district athletic director. And so one of the options that I asked about was, well, he mentioned, if individuals want to do a whole family pass, at one time, it's one cost. Anybody comes in with the family, like the whole, for all home regular season events for the whole year. So, and if they do that, they can, the schools can absorb part of that fee. Another option is putting sponsors on our hometown websites. We haven't done that, and that's kind of more of a lengthy conversation. But specifically with, because I asked your question, because I did put a response back in the portal, and I got your other piece. During school hours for a cash ticket, it's not an option at this time, but we can certainly talk to our ADs to see if that's something we can make happen. We would have to do a purchase of tickets. So everything's a little bit of a budgetary piece. How do we do the purchase of tickets and keep that on track? But we also know tickets can be bought online in advance of games as well, so they don't have to be point of sale at the gate. And I think that would be kind of like the same as cash. But if people really still want to use cash and come to the school earlier, I think we can consider that option. So I'm happy having the school ADs talk about that to figure out whether that's a functional option. Otherwise, we've continued to have a budgetary need with supervision and cash at gate. It's just a real concern.
So then what we have to have is what she means by budgetary. We have to put an SRO at the gate because there's cash. And so then that will take the ticket prices possibly up.
Because the ticket price increase is based on the, halfway through the year, and to our surprise, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association increased the hourly rate for our officials. And we were like, whoa. So we're just now catching up on that. And so that covers that. But yeah, it would increase ticket price, or we'd have to put SROs at the gate and our game workers. Right. Because that would need to be, our staff are not comfortable holding that amount of money at the gate and being responsible for it. And I don't think under policy we can require them to hang on to that kind of money.
Walter? I would just say, we've had this full-blown discussion with the last board, if anybody wants to rewind and go back and look, because there was, I don't know, complaints or whatever, that people wanted to come to the gate and just pay, but no one could handle it because we don't have the capacity.
Yeah, and it makes sense if one person wants to do it, but when thousands of people want to do it, it's a completely different problem. So we want to be accommodating, and we want people to feel welcome and feel like they can come to a game at any time. So we're open to options. I'll float the idea about taking it at the schools if there's no concern about that.
I know Ms. Barnum said you didn't have it, you absolutely could, and you would not be turned away.
So our athletic directors have all understood that, and they're all in agreement. If somebody comes in, a student or a family, and says, I don't have a way to pay them, so then I just can't. I have no way, so I'm going to have to turn away. They won't turn them away because they want to bring them in. We just want to be able to pay the officials.
Yes. Yeah. And I will, the athletic, for those who are listening, the family athletic pass is a steal, that's of a deal, because it's 2 parents or 2 adults and 2 children for $250 for the whole year.
So, well, I've got a different price.
Are you sure? It says two adults, 2 children, that's the high school pass. And
Okay,
then at middle school, you just buy a t-shirt, and you wear your t-shirt.
Yeah.
But that was the greatest deal, and that family pass has been going on since our kids were in high school, way back when. And that was like the best thing since sliced bread. Because you just buy, it seems like a lot, but people bought it at open house, just like you were buying your PTA or PTO membership.
So I'll confirm that. I have the option for family pass at $125.
Ooh.
So I'll confirm.
So
That's from Kelly.
and buy that with cash?
Considerable discussion.
$125 is the parent pass, 1 adult.
So he quotes it as the family pass, so let me double check.
Okay. In the handout that we're looking at, it says it, but.
Okay. Oh, on the attachment?
Yeah, he approved this
He's given,
schedule. So
all right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna let him know. He's you've given us two pieces of information that we need to
You're watching,
combine.
you've got them,
Ms.
yeah.
Barnum, can they come in and buy the passes with cash?
So not at this time, so that's what we're gonna try to figure out.
All right, we're going to carry on. MOU with Riceville Beach Elementary School Foundation, and then finally.
Ms.
Yes,
Pringle.
ma'am.
All right, so I had a couple questions there. Is the reason that we are allowing them to, couple things, is one of the reasons, are we allowing them to purchase employees, basically, because they're a foundation? Because in years past, PTAs tried to do that, and they were not allowed. So I'm just curious as to,
So they can, so it's still running through our payroll.
Right.
And then we're just billing the foundation.
okay.
I don't know that, since I've been here, a PTA has come to me. I'm not aware of a PTA trying to pay for a
This was
position.
this was olden days, Riceville Beach School, when there's no foundation.
Oh,
Parents
okay.
were insistent on, let's just buy somebody, and you know, you can't.
Yeah, so they're doing it through the foundation.
Okay.
Is how they're handling it, so.
So to flow through that, what happens if the provider, the foundation, doesn't pay?
Then there's no teachers.
Then the teacher just is automatically
Right,
gone?
right, it's almost like a grant.
Okay, I'm just
Right.
making sure that we're clear on that. And then there is some verbiage in there between the four corners of this MOU. I have never heard that before, so it is, sounds like a legal term. So I'm trying to find where it was.
I've heard it before, I can't remember what it means, but I've heard it.
It's on this paper.
Yeah, but I mean, why don't we, what the heck, why don't we just use a standard thing and say on this part of this MOU, said
Mr.
between the four
Vogel?
corners?
Mr. Vogel?
It doesn't matter really whether you say within this MOU or within the four corners of the MOU. The idea of four corners is a legal phrase about how the responsibilities of the parties are restricted to what is in the actual document, AKA four corners of the document. It doesn't make a difference.
Okay, thanks, I've never heard of it before, but now I'm enlightened into legal.
Okay, and
welcome.
we have a budget amendment.
So this budget amendment is still related to last year. We actually received some child nutrition revenue came in that had not been budgeted, and we needed to make an adjustment. We found an error in some inventory. We needed to make an adjustment for that and to budget this revenue to make sure we didn't go over budget due to that adjustment.
Okay.
So that's what this amendment's for, and this should be the final one for last year.
Ms. Bradford?
Just to go back to the nutrition part, did we ever come up with another solution to the collection agency with kids paying for the lunches?
So we have identified a collection agent to use, but we haven't signed an agreement yet.
No, I was asking, did we come up with another solution without having to use a collection agency?
No.
Ms.
I mean, the other solution was, people were asking if they could donate funds, and we were doing that last year, so of course that's still an option. As we have donations, we're gonna use the donations to cover any of the overages before we would use the agency to assist.
Have we gotten any?
We got some last year. I don't know exactly how much we received last year in donations.
I don't know what that amount is, but we
Yeah.
did receive some donations that were, some specific to a school, others just donated to the district.
It seemed like we got some emails that said if I had known, I would have donated. So I don't know, is there a way to do a PR campaign to help children eat or whatever so that we
We are
don't have to use
We
collection?
feed the students. The students don't go without lunch.
Yeah,
Correct.
but I mean, you know.
And I would say, one thing, in reviewing our website, we're making the donation option a little more visible. And then the form, I thought it was a little confusing. We want to make it more visible and easier for people to donate. That's the bottom line. But I will say that the collection agency is really a last resort. You know, we will make contact with the school counselor will be involved, child nutrition is involved. We're trying to work with the family as much as possible and hopefully even get them qualified for free or reduced lunches if it's possible. And, you know, it should not come as a surprise. It is a last resort.
So one of the things that I'm not sure if the board knows is that food nutrition is an enterprise. So they don't get funding from the city, like whatever they sell, whatever it sounds like, whatever you catch is what you eat. That sounds real bad. But they, in order to give raises for their employees, if they don't have money in their fund balance, that's how they get their money to be able to fund the food nutrition. And so when they're out, then that's also why we have to come here and say, hey, we need to go into our purses and give money to them in order to fund it. So it's not that we're being rude or cruel, but the side of the business of doing school is actually a little broader than just educating and doing instruction. This part of it is the business operation side, and when whatever and they get real small. I mean, we think about a meal is less than $5, and some of these charges, and I'm not saying anything. We want to get the kids on free and reduced if they will come and let us help them. It just doesn't take care of the balance previous, but it'll stop it, and then we can figure out, of course, if there are donors out there, if there are people who are willing to do it, but we don't have another way to get our individuals, they're paid, and we want to have the service, and we don't want, and of course, when the state gives a raise, if they don't have the funding to do it, we then have to go into our
Do you
funding.
think that parents know it's enterprise?
Question, it's my understanding that, like, somebody had told me that they wanted to pay off a student's lunch from last year. But it's my understanding at the end of the year, we clear it. So like Stephanie has no official account anymore now that the school year has started. So you can't go in and say, I want to pay, the $500 that Stephanie ate for lunch, all of last year. So how can we do that?
So we're required, so child nutrition program, they're not allowed because it's technically a federal program to carry those collectible charges.
Right.
And so, we could, through the collection agency or through ourselves, we could keep a balance there. But normally, if it's not collected within, 120 days, 90 days, we end up not being able to collect it. But we could certainly look at holding it longer in a receivable account to see if and continue to try to collect on it.
But I guess my point would be, if we do that, or whatever we have right now, if somebody wanted to give money to may click on the donate button, would it go to a holding pot for this coming up school year?
Yes.
Or would it go to pay off the $200,000 balance that we have from last year?
No, it'll go for the upcoming year.
So how do we ever get rid of that $200,000?
We've already,
We have to pay for
We
it.
just have to
used our
write it,
money
okay.
last year to pay for that.
Okay, so we just have to dip into our monies. So if people want to help out now, and they want to say, I want to help Stephanie Craybill, eat lunch, they could,
Thank you to our commissioners.
yeah.
Thank you to our commissioners.
Okay,
Ms. Bradford?
okay, thank you.
I was just going to ask Dr. Faust to explain enterprise fund, because most people don't know what that is.
So through the enterprise, that's where there's and I won't use the accounting. So there's a business and they are selling goods. And in order for them to make revenue, they have to have someone to pay for those. And so we sell the goods and they pay for them. And so that creates that enterprise where we are able to go back. And so just like any restaurant, if you don't have, we have Big Brother on the other side. So if they are creating a bill and they're not paying, the enterprise kind of goes under. We have to, because it's connected to the school district, we are Big Brother and we stand them up when they're not able to. So when the state comes through and they say that, oh, we're going to give a 5% increase. I didn't say that. I mean, they didn't say that, but they're saying that they're technically supposed to go into their fund balance and pull the reserve out and pay for their employees. But if they don't have it enough in there, because they've also got to purchase food, and all of the supplies that go to theirs, then we have to do that. The school district has to do that. I think, did I do that correctly?
Yeah, we did
Okay.
very good.
Well, and I was just gonna say, I mean, the district is still looking at ways to not send to election agencies, and I'm thinking of the community eligibility program.
Yes.
Didn't we add 5 schools this year? So that's gonna cut
Right.
down
Yes.
on the hopeful charges of that too.
Yes.
So we've been looking at ways to try to accommodate so that
Yes.
we're not having to send
Yes.
collection agencies out.
And we do want parents to, sign up for free booths, and that has to be something you do every year. You go in and the schools have been made available for computers and to help parents make sure they can get in and do it. And so,
Okay. So that whole group, I think we've had a lot of great discussions and some answers to questions, but the consensus items as a whole, what do we want to give it, 10 minutes?
5.
5? We take 5, okay.
7.5.
7.5, I like that. Do I hear 10? 15,
I'll just
20.
split it.
Say 5 minutes. 5 minutes there. Carrying on, policies, first reading, Barnhart.
Fair, baby.
I mean, I don't have a time answer, so there's 2 of them to look at. Maybe 20 minutes and then shorten it if it needs to be shortened.
20 minutes, okay. There's
Just in case
policy and
there's
policy
any
amendments
questions.
too.
So are you planning on reviewing these? Because first reading means we just read through it. There's no action or anything taken, and you usually don't make changes at first reading unless there's an issue, like you would send them back to policy. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm
20
happy
minutes
if
is kind of
anybody has
long.
any questions
but-
now. I mean, and we can shorten the time, but there's the 2.
It's not listed on here, so,
They're not
It's on
listed
the-
on there?
Yeah, they are.
September 5.
I know, but I mean,
She printed up the paper, she's talking about the specifics.
Okay, okay, sorry.
Again, any discussion?
opening stations and all the.
But if you want 20, I mean, we don't have to talk 20 minutes. We can put it in.
Yeah, so, I mean, if y'all think we're gonna be short, 10 minutes.
All right,
I'm
let's
fine
go
with
10
that.
minutes. All right, new business, teacher voice. Ms. Nobles will be here.
Oh, I did wanna ask this.
Policy
real quick.
amendments.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
policy amendments, there was 2 small corrections after we had adjourned the policy committee meeting. And I did not make these corrections because I wanted to bring it to your guys' attention here, but I will be pulling those policies to make the corrections, or if it's the will of the board, to bring it back to policy. The 2 were 21, 23, and that change, it should be Carolinas with an S, Academic Leadership Network, and then in policy 2120, in B24, we should be changing subcommittee just to the word committee, as well as add cross-reference to board committees, policy 2230. So those 2 clerical changes are necessary for those 2 policies. Other than that,
All right, so why don't we give that one 15 minutes just to be sure? This will probably be some good discussion there. New business, teacher voice. Ms. Bowie, can I call on you?
Can I ask a question real quick? So policy amendments, we usually put this under a topic called policy consensus, where we adopt them all. So under this policy amendments, are we expecting to go through all of these or only the ones that we want to pull? So the policy amendments is different than what we've been doing. It's been policy consensus.
I think that could have just been a typo. And we can change it.
We can change the policy consensus.
And I would ask that if people think they want to pull it, can we know now so that everyone
Yeah.
gets prepped for it?
It'll be pulled, one will be pulled.
Both of those that she mentioned,
2120
I'm
will
going to pull.
definitely be pulled.
Okay.
Which other, you said it's both of them? What's the-
I didn't say both, I said 21.
I said both. I'm going to pull 2120 and 2123.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, very good.
So policy consensus normally should take 5 minutes.
Right.
Or less. But so we're going to leave it at 15, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
15 sounds good. New business, teacher voice. Ms. Bowie, would you, I think you do a great job on this, but would you mind reaching out to Ms. Nobles to make sure? But last I had heard, she will be here to speak. I think maybe 5 minutes for that would be good.
Can we change it to, can we
Ma'am?
change it to staff voice to
I think we
include
should.
versus it just being,
Well,
just
this,
like you
this,
talked about, there's a lot of different.
this is actually her kind of her
This is a
idea,
teacher.
and the idea was for it to be the teachers of the year to come speak. So it really would be teacher voice.
Well, are we gonna consider then opening up to every subcategory in our school that makes everything work? Because our bus drivers help carry the load, our cafeteria workers, our classified staff, our secretaries,
Oh,
our
they
data
should have.
managers. But, so that's where my concern is, if we're gonna start opening these subcategories, I don't know if it's gonna be fair to
Well,
not have
again,
them all?
this is something separate from what Ms. Walker mentioned before. I think it was
Okay.
Ms. Walker, or maybe Ms. Mason. Well, there's somebody over here that mentioned it. As far as having an opportunity for folks to come talk. This is a situation, kind of like our student voice, where the teacher of the year would come in and talk about something great that she or he is doing.
So just be teachers of the year.
It's just be teacher of the year.
Ms. Roper.
So, but I don't want to, I'll let Ms. Nobles say some more. It's Ms. Walker.
I would love to know more about it, I guess, because, I mean, I love the fact that Ms. Nobles is coming. Definitely want to hear from Teachers of the Year. Are we going to ever expand it perhaps to have maybe other teachers as well, and maybe so?
Well, and I think this is separate from
Oh, it's completely
the other,
separate.
you know, where, because, who was it that mentioned it? Okay, Ms. Mason mentioned
Yeah.
before, you know, the idea of having a separate time to hear from, you know, from teachers and bus drivers and maybe administrators too, you know, whoever wants to come in and sign up to speak about something that is near and dear to their heart. This is, I think, a situation that it would be, I you know, came up with the idea when I was, you know, like I said, I was so pleased at hearing from all the great teachers of the year last year. And I said, wow, you know, I walked out with a big smile on my face and said, wouldn't it be great if they, you know, were able to share some of these great things? You know, we hear from the teacher of the year, but wouldn't it be great to hear from all the teachers of the year? Yes.
And I think to kind of just piggyback on that, I remember you talking about this and that it was going to be a highlight of like the positive things that are happening. So very separate from the teacher staff voice that I know that I've been thinking about. This is more of, this is what we're doing in our schools, this is what our teachers of the year are seeing, things like that, how they're, you know, how things are going, so.
Exactly, thank you. Yeah, what she said, exactly, very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
And what we can, if you don't mind, we'll leave this, I'm gonna say 5 minutes, but let's leave it, you know, if she says, well, I really like to have 7, hopefully we could have the flexibility that she'd have an extra couple of minutes to speak.
Well, then I think we should go longer so that.
Okay, let's say 10. I'm with you. Let's say 10 minutes, and that way there, if she uses less, we're fine. Moving on to old business, legal services. Ms. Crable had brought that up to talk about, you know, what Mr. Vogel had shared with us at another time, and some of the things that went on for the first month. Ms. Walker also wanted to see some of the financials. Mr. McManus was actually the one that seconded that. So let's say 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Sorry, yes, ma'am?
Is there a little bit more clarity, given as this an action item that we're
No,
voting on?
no, it says here for board information and discussion, and what I wanted to bring forward was some of the information that he gave us in closed session, I think is open session material. When he outlined what he had been doing. And I don't want individual people's names, you know, personnel issues, one, you know, student issues, one, but he named a couple other things that he'd been doing, and I think that the community needs to hear that, so that's what that is. And I definitely wanted to see something in writing so that we could post it up there and people could follow along.
And carry on, Ms. Bradford.
And so, what did we say, 15 minutes?
15?
So it's just an update of the same kind of information you shared in closed session, all the things that they've done in that first month? Or is it?
Since the beginning of his time. Yeah.
But you said something about financials?
Yeah, I want the expenses to go with the things he said he was doing.
Okay, so is that something we're gonna see in advance, or it's gonna be just?
That's what I asked. I think we should see it in advance, posted in Assembly.
A copy of the invoice, but would just react.
Yeah, like, what are our expenses and how, you know, how is it breaking down?
Okay.
You know, like personnel issues, you know, student issues,
Okay.
you know, lawyer issues, you know, trial issues, whatever issues that he's been working on for us.
But you're talking about the invoice, or you're talking about a summary of the expenses?
Broken down by category on what we are spending our legal expenses on.
So wouldn't the invoice need to be redacted in some way?
Yeah, that's what we.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I already said that.
Absolutely. Okay, carrying on the agenda review ad hoc, how long do you think that will take?
I was prepared to talk about it today, but if you guys want to drag it out through the board regular meeting, that's fine with me.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to talk about it today.
I don't mind talking about it today. I just wanted to move it here to the appropriate
Okay.
time to talk about it.
Okay, well, let's talk about it now.
You guys have 8 pages. It's in 2 parts. The first part is all of the, and it's in Assembly, so you can read it. I don't need to read it to you. the public can have access to it at any point, can they? When the agenda goes live, they can see it. So those are all the comments that we got from the elected officials as to how to handle the agenda briefing the way they do it, and some suggestions from them on what we can be doing. And one of the things that we found out was extremely surprising was that the Wilmington City Council and New Hanover County have 2 agenda briefings and 2 regular meetings, when I just wasn't aware of that. And we got information from town councils and smaller groups. So that's all in that first 3 pages. And then the newer document is all from last Friday forward. We invited the central office staff to come and pass us a note, send us an email, come in person, and everybody showed up in person. I thought it was an extremely productive meeting. So I gave you, you know, what we started with. I gave you at the beginning of each thing the comments that were made, and if some of them seem redundant, it's because we heard that comment a couple of times. So it's basically me transcribing what was said. I did not alter it, and I sent it to our 2 other committee members and Ms. Bowie to see if we'd left anything out. So that's where we are, and there's 7 or 6. There's 7 topics. The last one does not have proposed recommendation. Learned some stuff in the process of doing it, but you can see under key themes of senior staff remarks that we need to protect the board meeting as a business meeting. The board meetings are not the time to re-discuss an issue. You can see what's listed there. Board members have to be more professional when discussing things. A lot of discussions can happen behind the scenes. One of the things that we made clear at that meeting, because it was a little bit confusing, that we can ask questions of the staff, and I think at least 2 of us said, you know, what I do is I send an email to Dr. Barnes and I copy Dr. Faust. Can I talk to you about such and such? He says, okay, it lasts like a nanosecond, and then I have the conversation with Dr. Barnes. So we could do some of that and not have to grill Dr. Barnes in the business meeting. And if we needed to talk to Dr. Barnes after that, then we could put it on the agenda, but we would deal with it in the agenda review. And one of the broader things, which was the intent when I first brought it up, was that a lot of what we did today would be handled, or a lot of what we're going to talk about on the 5th would be handled today. For example, first grade reading buddies. We'd handle that. It's not an action item. We're not going to vote. The public will know. The agenda briefings where you get all your info. You can go back and watch it anytime you want. So that, and the choice schools, and the demographics for facilities. I almost think that needs to be its own meeting because it's such a darn important topic. So I could go either way on that, but those are the kind of things, and it's all right here. And everyone has a recommendation, and nothing's cast in stone, but you said, we got to come up with another way to do this. Everybody wants to shorten the business meeting. Staff say, protect the board meeting as a business meeting. So we just got to tighten down. And these are the recommendations to do it. From public participation, setting up time limits on the meetings, agenda items. Topic number 3 was the biggest of them all, had the most comments, is how to handle the items. And staff universally said, if you want to talk about, what's one from today? And we've done a pretty good job of doing that, but especially in the MOU process, Spark NC addendum, talk about it. Everything that's on that consensus item, talk about it today, so that all we have to do is just vote on it in the regular board meeting. So any question you have, the agenda briefing would be the time to ask that question. Nobody wants to limit anybody's First Amendment right or cut back on any discussion. We just want to shift some things to this meeting, which starts at 2 instead of at 5. And so we get out at the, before all of us are, really wanting to be home with our families or in bed on board meeting night, and we focus on the business of the board on the board meeting night. So it's a shift in thinking. And so I'm not going to go through these one at a time, that was an information presented at the agenda, that deals with everything I just said. Some of this stuff would require just minor policy changes. It's no big deal. But I just went back and reviewed all the policies, so I felt like I would understand what would need a policy change. And we did talk, because it was brought up in the meeting, we did have a good discussion about call to the audience. And when we have really smart central office staff and they have suggestions, I think it's worthwhile to listen to them. And they also talked about closed sessions at agenda review and board meetings, and wanting to discontinue, as I do, the middle of the board monthly meeting closed session. They suggested that we hold the board meeting closed session at 4 before this meeting. 4 before the regular meeting. If we needed an extra one for the September 5th kind of meeting, if we needed an hour and a half, you'd back that up. But we put if we know we're going to need a second closed session, we put it before the meeting and not at the end of the night. That's one of the recommendations. Again, discontinue the end of the meeting agenda, closed session if necessary. There's at least 2 of us that really felt strongly about that. This proposed recommendation number 3 on page 7, that came from Mr. McManus. Mr. McManus said, let's conduct a straw vote at agenda briefings on items that will be voted on in general, so we have a feel for how it's going to go. That means we have to be more transparent, we have to be more trusting, but we can do it. And again, you don't have to accept any of these. It's majority of the will of the board, but I put every proposal that anybody had, I put it here for you. Topic number 7, we cleared up, so I didn't feel like it needed to have a recommendation. Ms. Crable, that was something you were concerned about. And the one thing that we didn't on that one was at least 3 people in the room suggested they don't want piggyback meetings on top of meetings. Like today was 2 o'clock and we didn't have a piggyback meeting at 1 or a piggyback meeting at 12. It's wearisome to continue to do those, especially when we run long. So there's no recommendation for that because nobody said it. It was just a consensus that people are tired of piggybacks. If we can figure out another way to do that. I found out a couple of things. I got permission to speak to Mr. Vogel, and we can vote on things as we did earlier at this meeting, which is, I did not know. And my question at the end is, when did we change to the 10 days to get the information to the chair? I still don't have that answered. And somebody said, one of you guys said in that meeting, public-facing policy, public-facing bit in policy. Did I make that up? Did I dream that? Did somebody say that in that meeting? Because that was the only thing that was said that I didn't understand when I went back and looked at my notes.
I think it was public participation.
Was it? Okay. Well, we covered that. That's one of the items here. So I think the committee would like you to study these, and we can, go through them 1 through 6 and vote on a recommendation or not vote on a recommendation, whatever the will of the board is. The idea is to have less time on September 5th kind of meetings than we are currently doing, to shrink that time frame, to make it very concise, very businesslike, vote there, figure it out here, and it's just a shift in your mindset. We're not taking away anything, we're just moving it all, a lot of it, the bulk of it, to this meeting. So if we run late, oh my gosh, it's 5 o'clock, instead of 10 o'clock.
Ms. Barnett?
I love the idea of shifting and having the bulk of going through the consensus items and the information here at this meeting. Ultimately, I would love for our meetings to be no longer than 3 hours. And I understand that that's a 1-hour call to audience, so that means less than 2 hours for business to happen. And I think that we can do that. I saw a couple of things in here, leadership, and I think we need to all be respectful of the time given to something, and when time's up, we need to vote. Can I ask Mr. McManus his reasoning behind why he wanted to suggest a straw vote at this meeting?
Go ahead. Well, let me answer as honestly as I can. We don't share real well, and we've got some things coming up that are perfect examples. And so the more that we're willing to put ourselves out there and at least say, I understand, but this is the way I feel, At least we know where we are. And it's not all of a sudden, and everybody, I mean, we have to be more vocal with one another, whether we agree or disagree. And if we understand where things are, maybe, hopefully, we will communicate better and understand better. But we wait to the last minute, and then we pull out all our guns, so to speak. And I just think that we could share, have a gut feeling. Who supports what? Dr. Faust can say what works best for his staff, et cetera. And glad I said that, because part of the input for the ad hoc committee was, I still have a problem with the staff having to stay late. And so that was my suggestion, to rearrange, including the speakers, so that the staff could leave. And part of that would be that they would participate in this meeting, and then they wouldn't have to repeat it, because this is recorded, it's public, and people can attend. And we can call it a work session or whatever. But I just don't think it's fair for the staff to stay here till 9, 10 o'clock at night because of the way we put things in order. So I think we need to think about our staff as well. Did I answer that?
Let me expound on that for a minute. One of the things that I didn't address, it's in here, but I had never even considered it, but the staff do not enjoy sitting here while we have closed session. While we're gone for an hour or an hour and a half. It's not fair to them to make them to do that. Some of them are uncomfortable with that process, and so I would ask everyone to seriously consider the feelings of our staff on that one. I know that some people are strongly, but consider how it would feel if you were the staff member and you clocked in at 7 o'clock that morning and you were still here at 9 o'clock at night while we're in closed session. Just consider it, because it was something they stressed to us as a committee, and we need to take their feelings into consideration.
Okay. And also, some of the staff have to come to closed session to present, and so they're locked on that whenever we set that.
Ms. Craven?
Yeah, so I had a couple comments, having attended the meeting. A couple of things that I didn't see in here anywhere was where it was mentioned that we have more items on our agenda review than we have on the agenda. So I think we just need to decide that.
It's there.
Okay, I must have skimmed over it.
I'll find it for you.
That's okay. The other one was in policy 2330 about the board agenda. One of your questions.
I could be wrong.
That's okay. No, one of the questions that you had, comments that you had made was you didn't know when we decided to change, how early we had to get everything to
The 10-day?
the 10-day.
Uh-huh.
Well, it doesn't really matter when it got changed, because it is changed and it's in there. And if we are going to vote on things at the agenda review, then we have to treat the agenda review as if it was a regular meeting. Per Mr. Vogel's comments and per my understanding of so we would have to get information even sooner, to the agenda. So that's a comment. Are we going to treat policy consensus the same as consensus, which means we would have to review those at the agenda review and have those ready. And then information then would not be part of the regular agenda.
Correct.
It would be part of the agenda review, so we get all that there. And then the last thing is, if we are going to vote, if we're expecting to vote on this in September meeting, then I would like to see the policy changes that you are recommending that we do to support. Because this happened, ever since I've been on the policy committee, where we would approve one policy before making changes to another policy, and said, we'll come back to it. So I don't like to do policies that way. I don't think it's appropriate for us to approve one policy and say, oh, we'll go back and catch it later. So I would suggest any policy changes that you are recommending to us, we also look at those at the same time, or we don't have time at the September meeting. But so when it says under the ad hoc review part of old business, it just says for board information. It doesn't say we're voting on anything. So I just want us to be clear that we're not voting on anything. That's what it says. It says Pat Bradford's going to lead it, recommendations for action for board information. So if we are going to vote, then let's say it right now, and then we got a lot of information that we got to put in there. You know, like policy changes you're suggesting?
Policy changes, none of them were substantial in any way. It was like.
It doesn't matter substantial or not, it's a change.
If it changes on the agenda in the format, if the policy says the format will be blah, and we change it and move it somewhere, then we just have to go in and alter that sentence. But it's not something that should be controversial in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not saying it's controversial. I'm just saying, in order to change policy, we have a procedure for changing policy. We don't just whip in there, change a couple words, and move on.
But then
Our
what
policy
if-
committee has to look at it.
What if, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Do we have to have the agenda in policy? The
No,
format?
it's
So why
not.
don't-
It's
but
just
what
a
I'm- but
suggestion.
No, what I'm saying is, if that is what the rub is, then why don't you just remove, because it's, the suggestion is in there, which makes us, and we've had this before, about that, because it's in policy, this is how you have to do it. But it's also part of the board's will that if the board wants to change it, then you make that change. So if that's what the rub is, then why don't you go in and change that? Just take out that.
That's what I'm saying,
that,
but that's what I'm suggesting, but we haven't done that in a policy committee meeting yet. And it doesn't say, in policy 2330, it says this is our format. It doesn't say, we can change that at any time at the will of the chair, you know, to make our meetings more efficient.
But I was trying to say before you cut me off, you just gotta.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, but we can't just say, let's just do it.
Let's let Dr. Faust finish.
So what I was gonna say is that at any time the board wants to make a change, the board can make that change. If the rub is specifically how the agenda flows, I think you can go in and look at that particular component in there, because I think that, again, I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago, we were actually at the same crossroad.
Yep.
And it was put into the policy how you would do it, and it kind of, it locks you in. So if you remove what the agenda should look like out of your policy, then I think it makes it everyone's.
No, and I think that we are saying the exact same thing, and the wording that we ended up changing a long time ago was this is to be used as a template, so we can move anything we want at any time, and we could take something off at any time.
So when
I think we're saying the same thing.
But when we say as a template, we're holding that as this is the gospel.
Yeah, template means it's set.
And can be modified as a needed for a more efficient meeting. So that's what our policy came to, that we don't have to go in this order, we don't have to have all of these things, but these are the things that we decided we wanted. That's all I'm saying, is that we can't just go, oh, that'll just be a one-liner, let's strike it out. That one is covered.
Okay, Ms. Walker?
I having flashbacks because I do remember this whole discussion, and at some point it was like it was gospel, and we had arguments over that. Where do we put call the audience? We were shifting that stuff around, and it was like we were relying on it as being in our policy manual, that's what we did, and it caused a lot of arguments and fights. I think the only downside to just removing it, not to say that we shouldn't, is that, you know, there is some kind of an expectation, I guess, from the public to know kind of what our meetings are gonna look like. I mean, if it's gonna be pretty much the same most of the time, that's okay. We just don't wanna surprise people, I suppose, but having it in policy like that, it did cause problems. We did have fights over it.
Bradford?
To answer your question, Ms. Crable, if you go to page 5, topic 3, agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, staff mentioned this a number of times. We have 2 agenda runnings. We have today's agenda and we have the 5th agenda. And the proposal is we have 1 agenda. We no more have, it's the same thing. We're just, you know, all the things are on here. It's more like that. This becomes the shorter, the regular board meeting becomes the shorter thing, but really we could just have 1 agenda and the things that we check off. But the 2 pages or 3 pages that this is would move over into this meeting. That's the point.
So I understand that. My point was, we don't usually vote on things at agenda review. And if we are going to do that, then we have to be clear that we are doing that, and we have to put it in the meeting announcement under main points and recommended future action. We can't just whip up that we're going to vote on something, because we just, so those were my.
But we can do it.
Those, well, I know that we
legally
can, we've always been allowed, but if we don't notice that we're gonna vote it, then we're not allowed to do that. And then the last point that I wanted to just remind us of, that did get also brought up at that meeting, is that we are not good at not having surprise parties. That if our agenda review should take no time because we've already decided it, no, the approval of the agenda should take no time because we've already decided it. And we agreed, as part of our board norms that we wouldn't do that, and yet we continue to do it. So I just wanted to reaffirm with all of us that we don't surprise each other with, oh, I want to vote on this now. Oh, I want to add this extra topic in. Oh, I think we should add this topic in now because I wanted to and there's no place on the agenda. So those are just my thoughts. I'm not opposed to any of the changes that you have.
Those are all under topic 3 if you're looking for them.
I know, I'm just making sure, I'm just calling attention.
No ads is the term that the staff use, no ads. In other words, don't add stuff. And no surprise agendas, no surprise party. That was a good term too.
Ms. Walker.
Always special. I will say too, and just to keep in mind, if we're gonna change this is the meeting where a lot of the not business, but we have discussions, then our whole format should probably change. Like meaning what time, when we have to get things in to you. And we have to decide if the 10 days is the 10 days. Honestly, I'm thinking back and I'm going, I feel like that changed during the previous board. And I think it was because the amount of things that were coming to ask to be put on the agenda, and it was causing, it's putting staff under stress because they would have to scramble to do it. So the 10-day leeway was just a way to make sure that they were prepared and not surprise party going. But I would say second thing, sorry, Mr. Chair, I think we should look at these recommendations and then get back to the ad hoc committee with them, with our thoughts, and maybe we'll have to vote on each one at a time. I mean, I don't know, because some of these are more important than others, so.
Why don't we do this? Well, we have a place on our agenda to discuss it again on Tuesday. Why don't we plan to do that? And that way there we can have a couple days to talk about it, think about it.
Yeah, feel free to call me.
Yep.
But one of the things that you just mentioned, I know this is a laborious document, but I just wanted it to be an accurate reflection of what happened, so that it wasn't, Pat Bradford's opinion. And the staff had just some really great comments and suggestions. And the 10 days, one of the bigger things that the staff wanted was more time to get things to Crystal. Ms. Crable wants it on the assembly faster. And so we gotta work with these time limits and stretch some and shrink some. So that's just something we gotta do.
I didn't want them on faster. I wanted them on in time for us to read, so that I wasn't reading them on Monday Monday at 10 o'clock when the meeting was later, because we are behind. That was my point on that one.
I like all these suggestions. I'm going to say it again. I'd like for the regular board meeting to be under 3 hours. I'm going to keep declaring it till it actually happens.
Yes.
My only other comment on this is I would like for us to consider having it during the daytime. 2 of us have kids in school, and so drop off and pick up, I'd like to be cognizant of that, to be able to do that. So if it's possible to.
Before 2.
Oh,
Are you talking about the agenda meeting or the agenda review or the?
The agenda review is at 2 o'clock, then school gets out at 2:35 for elementary, so.
I'll pick them up.
I've allotted 20 minutes.
Early.
20 minutes?
I will. Put them all buddy hat and everything. Take them to McDonald's.
One more thing that I think is
See the
really
fish with
important,
cats, it's like,
that senior staff did mention was sometimes they get the topics and they don't get the specifics.
Oh,
And so
yeah,
if we are much more clear with the senior staff about what we are looking for, not just say, oh, I want to know about the Spark NC program. Oh, I want to know about whatever. Just more details. What are you looking for? Are you looking for data? Are you looking for numbers? Are you looking for, that's pretty much the same thing. Are you looking for you know.
The program
The
description.
program description, exactly. So giving them more information, that was a really important thing, and I think that that goes to really improving our communication with our senior staff.
Those recommendations are in the middle of page 6.
Okay, so we will allot 20 minutes for under old business for the agenda review ad hoc. And we have committee reports.
Mr. Wilbur?
Yes, ma'am.
We were adding call to the audience as letter C.
Right, yes. Well, no, we're going to do that, but to do it the proper way, we'll make it.
We'll have to add, amend it, but.
So how much time? I think we can make the
the.
change right now in the agenda review.
We can if we want to.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna put it there, then let's not
Okay.
waste time in like
All right.
changing the agenda.
Go ahead and add it in. So C.
How many minutes?
15, does that sound good?
Is that old business? See?
That's
Old
under-
business.
Yep. Let's say 15 for that. Hopefully less, but, worst case scenario. Then we have committee reports. A, Head Start, 5 minutes. Then we have any correspondence, announcements, closed session, and that's where it would be if we needed it, and then adjournment.
Would it still be C if you did agenda review right now? Did we change, I thought we took B away.
No, we're gonna do that.
Oh, you're gonna do it
We're
again?
gonna do that.
So we're just having a broader
But
discussion.
hopefully you'll read this
We're gonna vote on it.
we'll get down to nuts and
Ms.
bolts.
McManus?
Okay. I kinda got lost
And
in
it
watching
wasn't
the weather.
noticed yet.
Ms. McManus?
I'm sorry, he was interrupting.
Yeah, I know.
Part of our discussion, which I think is relative now, was we sent out some negative vibes when we put down closed session number 12, and then at the end, closed session. That sounds like we will have 2 closed sessions
If applicable,
Say if needed.
if needed.
as needed, but I don't think we need to do that. I think we can have 1 closed session and resolve our issues.
If needed.
And again, that's part of our time element with everyone in the audience and our staff. But
All right, so announcements, closed session if needed, and then adjournment. And like I say, I guess the other option is we could add it if we get amend the agenda later on, but then we get into that whole time.
So no ad.
Hopefully, we can actually do our closed sessions on agenda review days. So, anything to add, subtract, or multiply on that?
I just wanted to add, so we're at 4 hours with this agenda.
That's what
And
called-
then that doesn't include breaks, so add 10 minutes on that so 4 hours and 10 minutes. And that didn't include any time for closed session. Because we skipped over it, so I didn't add it.
Yeah, so we're at 9 hours.
So we're at 4 hours and 10 minutes
Right,
with no closed sessions.
okay.
So could we put the closed session before at 4 o'clock?
But will we need,
might not need
because we
it.
have one today.
We're having it today.
But
No, I'm just telling you, if we're gonna add it, we're gonna have to have
Between
time.
now and then, and you need one, could we then piggy it in front? Could we all say, yeah, we could do that? No? No.
You'd have to-
Oh, true.
Going forward, we can.
we can announce it now.
Yeah, do it now.
Hopefully we won't need one.
Yeah.
Anything else? If not, we'll move into our next item, which is closed session. I will call for motion to enter closed session in pursuant to General Statute 143, 318, 11A, 1, 3, and 6 to consider personnel matters, maintain confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statute 115, 319 through 321, prevent disclosure of student records rendered confidential under Family Educational Acts, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, 20 U.S.C. 1232G, and consult with the attorney employed or retained by a public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege. Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. First and second, any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes 7-0. We are in closed session. Please make any applicable stops on the way if you need to.
I just changed it to long-term,
Dad,
We're good, we got, we got good, we're good.
Board members, we're back in open session. We do have one additional item, and that is well, actually two. One being the personnel report. Is there a motion?
I move that we accept the personnel report as presented,
The amended.
the amended one as presented.
Yep. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That passes 6-0. And then our last bit of business is adjournment. Is there a motion?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? We are adjourned.
Everybody stay safe.
Everybody be safe in the storm.